That would have been terrible. Know where we're saving? Okay, I'll save here, Tess. Trying to fix your sleep schedule. nothing like a 2-hour nap to help fix the Nah, I get it. Y'all played a lot of DBD last night? Turning to our homeland. Mrs. Otto, what's all this about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan.
Why, though?
Your life here can continue.
That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? Played a few more?
It's my father. He's fallen ill.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Professor Mikotoba? Well, that's sad. Solo queue is miserable. Oh, that sucks. Shoot, I can imagine. Like, even last night, we had a full crew, and, like, it still took forever to find a killer to be matched with. And on top of that, I can imagine it's probably frustrating if you're playing solo, not able to communicate with your teammates, and they're all idiots or something. So you waste all that time queuing for a game only to, like, not have that, like, great team to, like, actually survive. Gotta love it. Oh, that's hot. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown.
I swear, if that British lady, like, poisoned him... Oh, shoot.
And it seems he grows weaker day by day.
I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. Poor thing. That's kind of scary to think that, like, your father's ill and you're on your way to see him, but you still gotta wait 2 months for the voyage. Ah, you might not make it in time.
I'll leave London first thing tomorrow morning.
I can't believe this is happening. Poor thing. And especially how she's leaving us on, like, this poor note right now where we're in the middle of a trial.
So Gina's been charged, she'll have to appear in court?
Yeah, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No, not even 24 hours later?
Yep.
Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl in the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes.
An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic.
No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
You can really see how corrupt old judicial systems were back in the day in this game.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Lord Strongheart?
In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting the child into my office. Leave now.
Dang. Strongheart? More like Coldheart.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palatable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? I think Gregson mentioned something like that yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me.
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Yo, guys, you know, he says he has 3 minutes to his next meeting. If I do not move the dialogue any further for the next 3 minutes, if we just sit here for 3 minutes, this man will technically be late to his next meeting, and we've thrown him off schedule completely. I'm doing it. We're meeting here for 3 minutes. Yep. I'm doing it. Looking at my little timer. Mm-hmm. Toxic. No, this man's kind of a butthole. Like, he won't give you the time of day if it like doesn't fit in his schedule. You know, he's like, oh yeah, you got 10 seconds to talk to me. Okay, bye. Besides, I'm getting like evil vibes from him. I feel like he's gonna be a killer or something. Maybe not in this game. Maybe in the next game. I don't know. Or he just comes off very, very rude, but might be a genuine guy deep down. I don't know. But all I know is I'm gonna screw over this man's schedule. I do gotta say though, he does have the best office ever. Okay, it's been over a minute. I gotta be the most boring streamer ever to just sit here for 3 minutes doing nothing. I don't care. It gives me time to take a break for voice acting and a drink. Okay, it's been almost 2 minutes. Whispering. Is it even audible? I wonder. I always wonder when I whisper or whatever, people can even hear it. Yeah. Tiny is stinky. Okay, almost there. I'm what? I thought you could hear that, Tiny. I guess not. Did I stutter? I said you're stinky. Almost done, guys. 20 seconds-ish. Thank God it was only 3 minutes and not more, right? Alright, it's been about 3 minutes. In your face, Lord Strongheart. I've thrown you off schedule now. I win. You know what? I'm done playing the game. I'm done. Thanks for watching. Goodbye, guys. Stream's over. We beat the great Ace Attorney. Alright. Which is... It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? Timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. But she doesn't want one. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? Question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. Hopefully now we can convince her to let us represent her. What day? Gina charged with murder? Is Sasato-san about to leave?
Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
I don't know, we've only been wearing the same outfit for like 2 months straight. I doubt they have much clothes to pack.
As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence.
Wow. Even to like the last second, this girl really wants to fill out her duties.
My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. It's a very pensive look.
I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go.
If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. Just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Alright. Sixteenth of April. Ah! Hello again, Gina. Oh boy. And this is when I wake my brother up by trying to voice this chick over here.
What are you over here for now?
To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously.
I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I?
Yeah, it is pretty slow.
Look, you can give me over as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing to say to you.
Bum, 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 bum. Why she got a good theme though? Her theme is pretty good.
Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say.
What?
I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell! Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right! I had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it'll be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie! Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right. I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you.
Oh, man, Sasato, you little sly devil.
What? Is it my fault? Yeah, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be.
Jeez. Jeez.
What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, hey? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths.
Man.
What? And what about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That's my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? Oh. That probably, like, scarred her a bit. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted?
Ah!
The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe.
McGilded probably paid her. Will you tell us about it now? Okay. She's probably also scared of Von Zeitz. Because I'm sure if he knew that she played a part in getting McGilded acquitted like that, he'd probably come after her.
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The couples got hold of me and showed me in the witness stand.
Based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it.
What sort of things did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing. And then... I heard that loud thud like someone falling on the floor.
And that's when Mr. McGilda discovered you?
Yeah. He pulled me up from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see by, but then I looked at me hands and had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight.
Then Mr. McGilda started asking you questions, I suppose? Who you were and why were you hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threatened you how?
He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. About what was going to do after the kid was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scrap her before the coppers showed up.
Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard. These voices. Look. Look. It's already hard doing female voices. It's hard doing this chick's voice. Because she's got, like, she's not, like, got, like, a normal, like, British dialect. She's got, like, more of that Cockney thing. And she's, like, only, like, 16, 17. So I can't do a voice like that. I can only do, like, a middle-aged Cockney lady voice. Jigsaw has been, like, on my case about it. Too. I get it. It's so bad. I don't even know. I don't even know. I just want to be done with her dialogue. I just want to move on. Anytime she shows up, I'm like, oh, great. Well, you saw, what you heard, and everything. Oh, jeez. Of course, we got a lot. Sim McGilda made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw? Well, you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, but Mr. McGilda's sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cave hitting the floor.
See, it always like regresses into an older lady.
I let out a scream, couldn't help it. McGilda did that. Dragged me out by the arm, and that's when I saw it. I was on the floor next to the old geezer where I'd been stabbed. A disc all bright and shiny. A disc?
Do you mean...
Yeah, that's it. The one with the deed took off me at Windibanks.
So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus. I really just feel like it's inaudible words at this point.
Not for long. McGilda had spotted it straight away.
Speaking of Jigsaw... Gosh darn it. Hey, Jigsaw. Sorry, I was talking to Tiny just now about Gina's voice, and I told her about you, what you were saying. How's it going, Jigsaw?
He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder.
That bog trotter told me. I went to mutter a word of it to no one.
Okay. What is so special about the disc, though?
Because it was so dark under the seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time.
You doing well? Good. I'm doing good, too. I just woke up about an hour ago.
After I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin.
Presumably was Mr. McGilda getting on board.
Nah, not only him.
Oh?
Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim.
That's what I was thinking. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride.
You just woke up too. Nice. Dang, did you take a nap? Isn't it like 3, 4 o'clock where you're at? I mean, I'm not judging, you know, you take that nap. I would be too. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it.
In your own testimony, Gina supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilda and the victim knew each other.
So Mr. McGilda was lying, as I suspected. You sure you weren't snoring too, Granny?
I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you're quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, Mr. McGilda told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two kills for the top ran over to get the coppers.
Yes, Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First.
Right, and after they gone, Mr. McGilda asked the driver to do him a favor.
Favor? Did he pay him to let her run away? He probably just wanted money too. Now then, fellow, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. Hey, I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? I thought it was Gina that deposited, but wow, it was the driver.
Yep, you got it. It was Windybanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat off as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilda opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. Yes, I see.
Conditions. What were Mr. McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean.
Not telling a soul. Not for anything. What I saw, what I heard.
I mean, it doesn't matter, he's dead now, so...
And there was something else as well.
There's more.
Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said.
Oh, this looks cool. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all?
You asked him to go pop your weasel, right?
Okay. Okay. Hey, Fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit with the pawnbrokers hereabouts. And I want you lads to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand?
What? You want me to have a ticket?
That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You gotta hang on to it until then. Is that clear? Whatever you'll do, don't lose it.
Alright then.
And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you gotta go to the pawn shop, Windybanks, so it is. You gotta extend the loan after the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited. Without any old fiend could come along and buy it.
But I ain't got that kind of brass.
For just £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now if you go against me.
Yeah, I get it.
Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I have no doubt.
The coppers?
Aye. Look, I'm asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say? What is it that you won't? Man, he really did orchestrate a good trial for himself. Bum, 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 bum.
Have you gone at all? I piked it as far as away from there as I could. I had the pawnbroker's tickets and some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark.
So McGilda planned it. and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. It's fine. He still died anyways.
I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I did some quackers. The thing is, he said he would make it so he wouldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we were all just looking after each other, getting by together. See me, Mr. McGilda would have ended happy. He could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And where could he have gone, hey? Nowhere, that's where.
Oh, I'm so done voicing her. I'm so done.
So I didn't have no choice.
Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything.
But I'm for it now, hey? Go on a minute, you must be livid.
Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Eh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need the paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us.
Investigate what?
The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see.
You what? Ellie's having a big operation right now, Jenny. Is it bad? Is it gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right?
That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is if I sign a paper, everyone's apply. Is that it?
Happy, not apply. Jeez. Something like that. Mr. Sato.
Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here.
She's very resourceful. It's gonna be a shame to lose her tomorrow. And trying to grab my drink.
I don't need no one to stick up for me though. No lawyer, nothing.
Oh, just sign the papers already.
Poor Jenny. She seems so lonely.
Finally, she signed it. Cool. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Winterbanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Jenny when we're done there.
I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have our representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Winterbanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Well, whatever. We have Iris with us, you know, she can coerce him into saying anything. Save your current progress right now. Investigation part 4, my lord. This is gonna be a long case. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Grexy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship. They haven't really had much sleep, No, they haven't, you're right. Let's assume they went to bed at 10. They all woke up at 1, right? So you only have a few hours there, and they've been up ever since. Yeah, they are probably tired. What did it say what time it was right now in the game? Hang on, actually we could probably look it up right here. 1:20. Oh yeah. The 12 hours since they've woken up.
How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that?
Just have to power through. Oh yeah.
I salute you. That is good work, that is.
And then they're gonna have trial tomorrow, so these poor people definitely need to sleep.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Well, he's doing the pinky thing. I heard that that's not really a British thing, to put your pinky up. That's like Americans capitalizing on that or whatever, like saying that it's like a thing and it's not. I don't know.
Oh, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
It'd be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then.
Do as you please. You know where it happened, through that door behind the counter.
That's nothing compared to how much I have to bear their Gina's voice. I agree. I agree. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winniebank and Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
You'd be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, I need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock.
Then they shouldn't have trial tomorrow, you know?
Which is a problem because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious. No way. Are they really gonna make this 2 cases in one? That's what it is, isn't it? We're gonna like prove Gina's innocence and then bam, I'm gonna be thrown right into another case. That's supposed to be able to, yeah, I already read that.
So what I'm saying is don't get under my feet, Sunshine.
Stop calling me Sunshine.
Come then, let us not waste any time.
Alright, you know, there's only one thing that I want to investigate, and that's this. This is the most important thing to me.
Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall.
Presumably Mr. Winniebank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time.
Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all there in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris?
You actually like the Sunshine, although you don't like that it's coming from him. Well, I don't like it's being directed at me. Like, it makes sense if it's directed at Iris or Sasato, but for Ryunosuke, I don't, like, if I was Ryunosuke, I wouldn't want to be called Sunshine. Yes, especially from Grexit.
Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest?
Well, there are bullet holes in the room, though.
Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime.
Oh, okay, maybe it's just a one-time thing. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't do it. He shouldn't even do it once.
Forget that now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet.
What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? What do you mean is that blood? Dude, what the heck? What else would it be? A suspicious red stain on the calendar.
Ah, I may well be able to help with that.
What?
There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
Ah, I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh no, what's that scary-looking thing?
Harley and I haven't actually come up with the name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
You're kind of messing up the investigation there. You just changed the blood to green. It's now slime. We're in Nickelodeon universe now. The color of the bloodstain has changed.
There, does it make sense now?
That's the thing I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see.
Oh, really? So you can tell what blood type it is by the color it emits. Wow, that's actually really neat. She's really ahead of her time.
Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes them change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Jenny wouldn't say it's bleeding great.
Sorry. It's very hard to talk right now because I'm trying not to be too loud because my brother is still sleeping. And for whatever reason, it makes my voice crack a lot. I don't know. I don't know why. So whose blood are we looking at then?
Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... Just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to.
What, so are we just supposed to, like, cut people or something and make them bleed? It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it?
One flash or two, this could, well, turn out to be a very valuable clue. We must make note of it in the court record.
Blood sample has been entered into... Okay.
Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure.
We go ahead and take a look at this. Also... Okay. This is neat. I've never seen anything like that before. You know... I remember there was like a box or something, right? That's what was here. That they said we should probably try to look for.
It shows where the pawnbroker put articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
That McGill had put 2 days before the murder, back in February. The Bobby's just staring at the calendar. Do you think he would have noticed that we changed the color? He is looking at it, you're right. Isn't it also weird that it's still red and it's not green anymore? I wonder that too. That'd be funny. Wait, let's see if we can like talk to him. Maybe he'll like say something funny. I doubt it, but we'll see.
The shelves are where the pawnbroker put articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Ryuno?
Oh, it's just, well, looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. When you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you own them, even that horse statue. Oh my gosh. Ryunosuke is a hoarder. Confirmed. Kind of like the horse statue? Yeah, it's not bad.
Looks exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever.
Let's see. Ooh, we can talk to him. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. It's a major clue just here.
Really? We must tell Grexy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck with it even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. Ah, really have a tough time, the British police. Yeah. Maybe he's Team 3. Oh, he's totally Team 3. As should anyone up in here should be Team 3.
That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it?
No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure that it was the calendar he was peering at. Wait. Oh, we can talk to this guy, okay. The police is scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard. Examine every article in the shop, every ledger and books of account. Every article? But that's just a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. And quarters tomorrow? Okay. A crime in a pawnbroker's. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's like an I Spy type of thing. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know. A crime in a pawnbroker's. Okay. Guess we'll go ahead and examine this too.
That's the music box. Do you have them where you come from, Muno?
Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan.
Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen?
I'm trying to. I don't remember. I'm wondering if that's the same sound or not from yesterday. I was like when we were listening to it yesterday, I was trying hard to like remember the melody in case it did change. But yeah, I don't even remember.
What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. So they're okay with you changing the color of the blood, but the moment you put music on, yeah, that's when heads will roll, huh?
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Grixie to have a word.
Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. It's cute. Alright, what about the broken glass or whatever this is? Oh, it's the light bulb, huh? Or the lantern, I mean. There's an article ledger here in Mr. Windenbank's notes, and what's this? Looks as though someone left a little photographic print behind. Oh yeah, why did we have it as Genus? Oh, it's the pawnbroker ticket. Yeah, the box, yeah. Iris got that power. A 10-year-old is in charge of the police for London. I don't know how I'll feel about that.
Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us.
Oh, is this what every ticket looks like, maybe? Oh, there's blood. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited one gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly, it was a fine coat, in fact, I think. So this is the ticket for that, okay.
Yes, that must be the ticket for the overcoat that Jenny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. Never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Windenbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand.
But it's the same as the other one, so is that a coincidence? Also, look at the little kitty again. With this photograph of a cat. Looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently.
Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Jenny gave us earlier.
Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print.
Now what are you waiting for then, Miss Narhado? Get it out.
Alright. Let the cogs turn. That's the same. Is it the same? That's like a spot the difference type of thing. I swear, to me, it almost looks like the cats are looking in two different directions. And I know it's just, the one on the left kind of looks like it's looking more towards the left, and the one on the right looks like it's looking more straight. And I know that's just an optical illusion in my head because the left one is on the left side, that I'm seeing it as if it's looking to the left, and it's driving me nuts. So we're just gonna keep going through.
Yes, they're exactly the same.
We've seen 3 different cats now. I know, right? This game just loves their kitties, and I'm all for it. I like the kitties.
I've got it.
You looked at the shadows of the cats? Oh, shoot, man. Now I wish I would have noticed that. Does that look different, too?
These 2 photographic prints had an amazing secret.
Secret? What does she mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Alright. Nope. Meant to converse. Sorry, it's about these 2 photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windenbank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. You're right, the shadows do look different. What's this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these 2 identical prints? I'm also just looking at the snowman, like counting how many buttons he's got and everything.
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle, though.
What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see.
A set? No, I don't.
This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
Oh, okay. Stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I heard that word before recently?
Oh yes, that's what Mr. Shalom showed us yesterday.
And luckily there's one in this shop.
You see, it's just over there.
Oh yeah, of course, that magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
What? Really?
Do you know a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful, then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating this scene.
I, for one, simply have to know.
Okay. Great. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, I gotta keep clearing my throat today.
Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Now I just opened them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
2 eyes. Shocking. Ha! Joke's on you! Oh, never mind. I was hoping there's like a pair of glasses around me. I was gonna be like, I have 4 eyes.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye? And what you see with your right eye? And if it's so slightly different, you'll get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Ah, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view? Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So if you can persuade your brain to merge the 2 pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in these prints.
Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand.
And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that.
Yes, but as long as you have 2 images, 2 eyes, and 1 brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really? Man, this girl is very smart.
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view the pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Sada-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me, and see if you can copy.
Are they really going to animate them crossing their eyes? Oh, they are. Whoa.
Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Okay. This looks funny. This could almost be like an emote or something. There.
There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo. Trick is to concentrate on looking at the...
Oh.
Trick is to concentrate looking at the bridge of your nose with both your eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now, let's try looking at the prints.
That's funny.
Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes.
Oh,
You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runu.
I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose.
Did the print split into two images for you? Now, the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center.
They still don't even look that different, but sure.
Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works. I can see it in the middle now. It looks...
Oh, I'm sorry. She looks so derpy. That's cute.
I can look at it all day.
You really shouldn't, though. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runu.
Man, I wish we could see Ryunosuke with the derpy-looking face.
Continue looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle.
Like, this is it? Bum, 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 bum. Is it? Am I actually supposed to do it as, like, the player? If so, whoops, because I didn't do it.
There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscope images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary.
Oh, rip. I didn't do it. I thought they were gonna just, like, rip. Alright.
Well, what do you think of these stereoscope prints then, Runu?
They're certainly amazing. It's not easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist for people who find it tricky. I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you pressed this little knob here.
Yeah.
And set the pair of photographs in the stand in the back, and then...
It's still amazing, even though I roughly know how it works now.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You found one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently.
But these little machines are so affordable. Surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate then.
But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so, in any case.
Stereoscope pictures. I've never heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Maybe. Let's go ahead and examine it, because there was blood on the back of it. I don't think they talked about the blood.
Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
The red smear, you mean?
Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? Wonder if Susato-san picked up on that. Well, in that case...
Yes, we need Iris.
We should show this to her before we forget. Oh, okay, I need to present it to her. Okay, got it.
Oh, that looks like blood.
I'd say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather.
But don't worry, Runu. You can leave the rest to me.
What color's it gonna be? I'm gonna say orange. Oh, purple. Gosh darn it. Look at that.
Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Well, one of them has to be Sholm's, I would imagine, maybe, right? Maybe? I don't know. Well, this particular stain of blood.
I hope you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
I'm gonna say it's probably Benedict, right? No? I don't know. I just have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right, I think it's clear. Irish, you know as well? You first, Reno. Who do you think it belongs to?
Alright. I believe that this is the blood of... Oh. Shoot. Okay, well, it's not Thrice Fired Mason. Maybe Gina? She did have the ticket. It's either Gina or Pop. But why would Gina have bloody fingers? I'm gonna say Gina.
I think this is Gina's blood?
And so it was Gina who brought the ticket here. Oh crap, I should have tried the others to see if we got funny dialogue. Oh well. After all, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one.
But Gina doesn't own any gloves at all.
Oh.
And Ginny wasn't injured either, was she?
Oh. Well, that's what I was confused, because I was like, well, she had the ticket, so it can't be Thrice Fired Mason or McGlide, right? Oh, I didn't catch that part about the glove.
We're trying to work out whose blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away.
Okay, then it's got to be McGlided, so in that case, let's try the others first so we can see the dialogue. Perhaps my answer was a little too simple. I have to think this through some more. Who do we know was bleeding at the time?
Thrice Fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though.
The victim? Of the omnibus?
Wait, was that right? Oh, shit. I couldn't remember if he was wearing gloves. Oh, man. I accidentally chose the right answer when I wanted the wrong answer. Whatever.
His name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason.
That was the important thing. Who was bleeding, not the glove. So you thought it was Magnus at first. See, I forgot about the glove. So then, yeah, I thought it was Magnus too after I thought about the... Whatever. This game just throws us on off the loop, huh?
So that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago.
Wait. I'm trying to think, though. How could it be his blood? Wait, what was this ticket for? Was this for the coat? Or was this for the other thing? Was this... If this was the one before... Hang on. I think... Yeah, this is the overcoat one, so how does his blood on it then? Because this ticket was made after he was stabbed already, right? I don't know. I guess I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday, suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilda was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Yeah. Now, I'll ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow relieve him from his stomach? Oh, okay. I forgot. Magnus touched Mason when he was bleeding something. You're right. Okay. I was about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Okay. Man, they really are connecting case 3 to this final case. That is interesting. It just kind of gives more like volume to case 3. Like, it's really good. Especially McGilda, like, if he didn't die, he would seem like a huge villain in like this final case. But I don't know, the fact that he's still being brought up, it's interesting. Certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded has no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. From what we can conclude, that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right, Renu. Very well, let's make a note of this.
Okay. The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the code have been updated in the court record. Good thing we don't get penalized for that one, huh? Can we not examine this, though? Whoa, 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 whoa. You weren't here a second ago, were you? That ledger that's open on the counter there really isn't a... That really... that ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all. Have a clear head, if you ask me.
But clearly Mr. Winnebank was careful when it came to the articles in his care. So we're not going to talk about this on the ground? Really? Okay.
Behind that door is a storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said.
Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Oh, yeah! Oh, wait, okay, okay. Okay, looking at the door now. And the little opening. And the doorknob. Okay, so maybe it would look a little tricky to try to reach your hand in there and unlock it / lock it. But I don't know, maybe if you're a very tall, lanky person, you could.
As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation.
Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime.
Don't worry, if there are any clues in there, I'll find them.
Yeah, I guess we just go ahead and move. There was something at the end of the trial where you were like, why didn't you say something sooner? Wait, you talking about Gina? Oops. I can't say. Oh, okay, you mean something for this trial. Got it, got it. Poor Iris, she clammed up completely.
Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winnebank's life was taken in this very room only last night.
Hello. Ah! Why are you shocked to see us? Oh, he's probably just shocked to see Iris here, looking at the crime scene. Wait, Inspector. What is it now, Sunshine? Also, who would want to eat food at a crime scene investigation? Like, what? Like, there's blood right there. That's the crime scene. You're eating? You got food? Like, I don't know. You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you're running away from a 10-year-old. He likes to pretend it's ketchup. Look, as long as he doesn't take one of his fries and tries to dip it in that, okay?
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Don't trouble yourselves unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not...
This guy. It shows he doesn't have kids or grandkids. I don't think that went very well. With those teary eyes. I agree.
Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I've told you not to get under my feet.
We have investigating to do ourselves.
Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. You see, all I'm saying is Gumshoe would never be like this with kids. Gumshoe is great with kids.
Oh, Haley.
Inquire into how Mr. Sholm's operation is going. I just want to investigate. I don't want to talk anymore to this guy. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Pshaw. You got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Grexy, what do you make of this crime scene here?
Every time.
Oh, yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. One and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it was locked from the inside.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Is that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible.
Sure.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor. Thuswise. Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Jenny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Yeah, and you calling her vile gutter?
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say, she has the gun that... She had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What, the key to the storeroom? That could have been planted, though.
You say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
We really... Something, though, is we don't know anything that happened from Gina's account. She hasn't told us, like, what she remembers.
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. Something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is.
Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Oh, she's about to do a Sasato takedown on him.
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible?
Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I heard. Now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my!
No one knows if the anesthetic still is in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. Anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again.
I mean, he did lose blood, so he probably just, you know, is passed out is all.
Hurley?
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get the word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Alright. Finally, let's investigate. Police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. That's a very funky looking chalk line.
Poor Mr. Windibank, he was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart.
Shot through the heart, and now Windibank's dead.
Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
Hopefully. This must be his blood then.
Ah! I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for auction.
Alright, I'm gonna say it's gonna be blue this time. No, orange. I'm going back with orange. Going with orange. No, I should have said blue! Gosh darn it. So
now I know the color the chemicals turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood.
Iris, stop singing.
It doesn't matter much our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this in to the others we've already collected anyway.
So, 3 different accounts of blood. One, well, 2 we know, the third one we don't know yet on the calendar. Oh look, a stool. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them.
I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look.
Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around.
Not much I can do about that, sunshine.
And that took out a lot of stuff. What's with the chest? Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked.
Ah!
Oh no, the manuscript was in there, wasn't it? What is it, Iris?
That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in.
So did someone try to, like, take that?
Oh.
Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this is. So, someone ran off with it.
Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sewed it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. It was there. Iris' story was there.
Oh, good, it wasn't stolen. But someone still probably could have read it real quick. Really, it was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes.
What if someone, like, just read it real quick so they could copy it and try to publish theirs before she does? I don't know.
I mean, of course, I believed Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Susanna secretly wants to read it. I still want to know, like, I can't wait to find out, like, how she knows about the title, at least. Oh, look at that. Got the manuscript. Can we read it? Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. Hee, let me read it! You love that it's on cute pink paper. That does go well with her, huh? Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Sasato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me.
I'm so sorry.
No, just let me read it. All right, guys, I'm gonna read you a word. It says in is it. This looks like the word salsa. You just see the S and the A, but the first part is Saul. That's something about salsa. The Hound of Baskervilles has found a container of salsa, but it was poisoned. Yeah. There you go. Who is lit? Hopefully not like Gyarados' book, am I right? So all that's for the background? Alright, let's examine the gun now. This is a revolver, a real one.
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to make Mr. Winterbank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh.
And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank with this yesterday, didn't we?
I still have to take my own life.
It must be the same gun. And last night, and I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here. That was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Winterbank told us that he's only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun had been fired.
So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Is the bullet inside of him? Wait, what? Well, we can examine this again? Iris?
Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely.
Is that it? I gotta say, I really do like that they started adding like little check marks in all the recent games. Because it's really nice, because you never know, like, especially like, okay, when I examined the stool here, it accounted for all this. I would have had clicked on this, then clicked on this afterwards. Like, it's so nice. It's such a really good quality of life improvement for these games. I'm not sure what else we can do. Let's see if we can present the manuscript to her. See if she says anything. And then we'll try to go see Sholmes or Gina after this.
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited at Winterbanks and he had.
But it's so strange. What is about this particular story? I've worked so hard on it.
Why don't you tell us about the story?
Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yes, maybe. Wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. Alright. Anything here? Okay, nope. Let's see if anything changed here. Still nothing. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can ask Gina what happened last night. So we really need her testimony on that. Gina doesn't appear to be here. Oh.
I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute.
What is that, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there?
Oh, don't even say she escaped.
Jeannie could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my.
Why? Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. I pray that's not what she did.
Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course.
Iris, please. Oh. You had me worried there. Thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive.
Alright, guys. Iris would be good at poker. Prove me wrong.
Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and golfed.
Not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime.
Yes, come along, Enrino. Come along, Susie.
So we can't even look at the prison cell. Well, then what are we missing here, then? Let me talk to, Gregson and see if, there's anything new. Nope.
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating, and, I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You're looking to be arrested, Sunshine.
I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Let's see if we can show him the... Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this? Okay. He's not gonna say anything. Don't be offering tea right now if he's not gonna help us. She could easily poison him. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I don't see anything else. He wouldn't want to see this, huh? No, okay. My god, he's drinking it so fast. Oh gosh. Okay, I don't want to like present anything else to him. We have to keep seeing all this. But there's only 2 things left, so... Inspector, what do you make of this?
Oh, what have we here then? Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for the gilded overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday.
Actually, no, it's not. Oh yeah, we gotta look for that metal box.
Really? Think you know better than me, do you?
No, I didn't mean to,
Rudo's right, Trixie. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't, I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
Seems that Mr. McGill in fact had another article in storage here at Windibanks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. I mean, at least we have Iris with us here. There we go. Making more progress. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
You mean to tell me?
Yes, there's more than just the music box disc, it seems.
Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examine it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank.
Yes, I can see it written here. Small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Crexy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. Could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I'll go barking. There's no time for dog impressions,
There's no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
It's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
And I don't think it would have been bought because, like, it was only 2 days ago, right? Well, 3 days ago now, technically, but yeah. The shelves on the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. I can't possibly know which one might have been Mr. McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Huh.
I mean, we could try, though.
Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Yeah, I say. Dong. Oh god, that's gotta be annoying, huh?
I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windybank such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Also, we do have those 2 cameras that are like somewhere around here. Probably look at it for some useful evidence, hopefully.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh?
The trial tomorrow must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runu? You told her she could rip up the representation papers, so she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes! You did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. So we're not even going to try to look for the box then? Hang on, let me just see.
Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've got little price labels on them, but there's so many.
Wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. Box of Miss McGill deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes, it could be any one of them.
Mr. Shum said that pawnbrokers was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGillis contains something of great value?
Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked.
So then we need to find every box in the lock and break them all open.
Hiya!
Why me?
The sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen.
Oh, this takes me back. It's been some time since the Sato-san last threw me. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and talk to Gina. And maybe we can come back here later. Ah, get to see our joyful sunshine herself. Ah, here we go. Just give me a second. Gina, good, you're back.
The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Oh, didn't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at window banks.
Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? I'll change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not...
Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision.
What decision?
About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see.
She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. I don't know what that feels like. The worry's just so hard to bear. Oh, just say yes and let's keep going on, please.
Oh, alright then, blimey, give it a rest with these eyes, Iris. So, come on then, fill us in, who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime.
while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
For example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windobanks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it into Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Well, let's go ahead and do this real quick.
We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have
to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you allow me to represent you in court tomorrow.
Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rub 'em up and chuck 'em, would ya? Them representation papers, whatever they're called. They still ain't fancy enough to have a bin.
So, what would you do in court tomorrow?
I'll be fine on me own. I don't think you will be. Look, don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen.
There's one stubborn pickpocket. Alright. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windibanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed the manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night?
Eh?
You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it?
Ah!
Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright.
Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story is the latest Jim's adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What?
So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, I think she's just lying about that.
No, Ginny. How could you? What? Wait. No, hang on. Of course I wasn't going to sell it. All I want to do is find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was there in the place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? Ah.
We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
What? I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well,
And I saw the manuscript in the store, and it reminded me of what you said the night before.
Get into a lot with them, not believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet, Ginny. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'll soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, and I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, then I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere, or somewhere I don't know. You know it's wrong of me to doubt him. Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you what I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris.
Please, can we finish this already?
It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You want to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're really about her dad. That's what it sounded like to me anyway that night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy.
You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense, do ya? Do you hear it? I hate it. I trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down.
My throat was just listening to Ginny. Oh no. I feel you on that one.
See you later, go on. Scraper, scraper, scraper.
I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Ew, there's poo stains on it. Some very suspicious red stains. Ah, yeah, red stains. It's gotta be like very old dry blood.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Oops. The blood? Those names on the sleeves is a new code, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What?
A true gentleman never stares at a lady. I wasn't staring at her, I was staring at her blood stains.
The blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. It looks very old, though. Is it gonna be blood that's spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night?
Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will give results much faster than anyone else.
It's either gonna be purple or orange.
Just take it easy, Iris.
It's either gonna be the Mason's blood, so it'll be purple, or it's gonna be a new color, and I'm still going with orange.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Purple. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Didn't see all the okay. It's a lot of blood. Dang.
Oh my.
What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. Oh.
The blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly.
Can this really be submitted as evidence, though? That's a new look right there. She looks like she was playing Splatoon.
Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Ah, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
Knew it.
What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Someone explain what's going on! Stop telling half a story!
Alright. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGillicuddy's overcoat.
In the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony.
Now I ask you, whose good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man the hand. But if you look at his overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGillicuddy trying to pull the victim to his feet. No.
No, if that was what really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat.
The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGillicuddy's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGillicuddy.
Mr. Naruhodo?
That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. He used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen?
Rita, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent?
I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
Man. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-sama?
Yes. His great theme is back. Listen, Ryunosuke, we lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we finally believe what our client tells us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So, I believe you, unwaveringly. Oh, it's such a good theme!
Hee.
What's funny, Gina?
Cool. Sounds like in this empires of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft.
Alright, you don't mock Kazuma-sama, okay?
Oh, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into believing in that bog trotter.
Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Living in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get it by new one.
But it's a lonely life, though.
Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them and chuck them away! Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what you want it all now. I'm a believer lawyer.
Oh gosh.
Don't forget, it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up to the garden path, didn't I? Are you telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Miss Naruhodo?
The lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I can't trust... Let's see if we get any funny dialogue here. But what choice do I really have here? At least her voice makes you laugh. I have to believe in her. Though I can hardly believe myself that I'm making this choice in spite of everything. Let's just put it down to one of life's little curiosities. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial.
Are you half-baked?
Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. I do want her to tell us what happened last night, as far as she remembers.
So seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Do you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. It's just tip me off tongue. I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. How would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you not realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down.
It's true that I'm just a student of law. I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side.
me to say to that?
Oh, she's crying. Bum, 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 bum.
Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern are. I don't know what you are. I don't get you.
Oh, thank God that's over. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. It turned out alright in the end, I think. Bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice.
Mr. Sato?
Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before.
What? Who is it? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Is it Gregson? Yeah. Suppose you were using one of the mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. But he was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Grexy!
Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in on our conversation?
Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best. Bye, and bye.
It's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well...
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart?
No, don't forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off.
Alright, Grexy, if you have to, but let's chat soon.
Delighted, charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere.
Grexy's so funny, he says such silly things.
Certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning over a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court.
I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
Alright. And so our investigation came to an end. Sasato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day, and then it hit me. I can no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sasato-san would be leaving Britain, making her way back to Japan. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's 11:13 p.m. They've almost been up for 24 hours, these poor people.
Naruhodo-san? It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
How about you, Sasato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make my preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task? Okay, what is that then? Ah, it's a lot to read.
It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. If we managed to establish this office, it was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Sasato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
Seems to me that there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, that the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see them a small number of total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to it so much. I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear. That all those facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruhodo-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much.
Sorry, I've what?
Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant.
Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving at 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? It's already 11! That's just a few hours away. Man, she's not gonna have any sleep. I see, well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial? Yes, I know, but...
Every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
Ah, this is sad. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? Her book? Yeah. Yeah, at least she'll have like a nice bed too on the boat, so she could sleep. But man, still, it's just, oh, the thought of like, in like 2 hours they would have been up for a whole day. And then she still can't sleep, she's gotta pack and, oh.
It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus.
The McGildick case?
Seems to me that this case and Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina's accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
It was nice of her. With everything else she's had to think about, Sato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina.
Thank you so much, Sato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. For real.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Oh, ignore me, I was just mumbling to myself.
No, you're not a failure. You've been extremely helpful in so many ways.
Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. Must finish packing up my things in my room.
Sato-san, hi.
I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
Oh, wait, there's something I need to say.
Hiya!
Oh, okay. How does she have the energy to still do that? What? What was that?
A secret technique of mine. The Sasato shutdown.
Oh, shut down. Aw.
Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears.
Poor thing. Imagine we just fall asleep like this. Sasato-san. You really thought she was gonna color in that Daruma eye here? Oh, that would have been sweet. Yeah, that was like the last thing. Surely has been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Man. Bum, bum. Fall asleep, little one. Go to sleep. The small hours, what? Yes, I quite understand. That's a great weight off my mind. Is this Sholmes? Oh yeah. Sashida, I should put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Mr. Sholmes? That's gotta be Sasato, huh? On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. You know, she at least tell him goodbye. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Yeah. My dear madam. And I'm sad she's gotta leave. Oh, man. So sad. I really love Sasato. She's been so nice. Save your current progress now. Do. You know, Sasato wouldn't leave without saying goodbye to Sholmes. She had to get one last combo and look at him. When I woke the following morning, Sasato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Here we go. Man, we don't have Sasato with us. I don't like it. I wonder if Virus is gonna, like, be with us on the, on our side of the bench. 9:32 a.m. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend, then?
Sorry?
You know, in the fancy dress. Sasato, however you say it, I don't know.
Miss Sasato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
You're alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off.
She's already gone. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Sasato and I won't meet again one day.
Even so.
But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. It's kind of sweet that Gina was like, even wanting him to like be like, hey, don't worry about me. Go see Sasato. One last look at him. Good morning, you two. Oh, you brought the cat. Now look at the cat. Aww.
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend's in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
Oh. Oh, are we just gonna let the cat roam around? Okay.
Ah, Waggy.
Great way to show your support, kitty.
I'm having yours around. What harm can it do? Well, that reminds me. I've got a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Ginny?
Oh well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Yeah, I agree.
No, I always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first.
Hi, your praise Gina, she sides with me.
A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and couches all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made a train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
That was redundant. I don't think we needed to hear that at all.
I couldn't give a monkeys, really?
If only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, the straw has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder, see? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want, see if I care.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Rita will always show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged diver and his dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Okay. I'm sure that'll come into play. We'll look at that later.
Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can.
Hmm?
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jimmy. Well, I was wondering is all about Shams. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Haley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, right.
Mr. Sato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Bruno.
Finally! Court! Poor Gina. Excuse me. You thought it was sweet that Gina asked Iris about Chums? Yeah, that is pretty sweet. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that... It's that what? You can't leave us off like that. 10 o'clock a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Okay. Oh, we got a lot of familiar faces in the jury today. In the names of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zykes, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and yet here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that led to this erratic behavior? And what one might describe as your former life 5 years past? You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I
confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel.
There are two types of persons I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McLeod, who defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGill, if I've known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those willy scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Alright, you gotta quit with this, sir. What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Runo.
I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zyke's eyes. Is that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people?
Alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Von Zykes. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
I feel bad because, like, they get... Oh! Well, we got a lot of familiar faces. I like how they're being, like, forced to, like, do this again. Oh, wait! The guy all the way to the right! Isn't that the terrorist killer dude? I forgot what he is. Also, what's with juror number 4 and 5? What happened to them?
Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Man, we've been seeing her. We saw her earlier in that picture. I like how she's also put back in the number 2 spot. Hello? Oh, he looks goofy. Everything will be stethoscope in the future? Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Oh, hi.
Women indispensable in society, stop. Female-centric future awaits, stop.
So she's no longer typewriting, huh? I gotta give him like a Russian voice, huh? Well, look at the little mouse though, that's cute. Good day. We're whistling London for sightseeing. We'd like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. I'll work out his voice later.
Is something wrong, you know?
Oh, not exactly, it's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. But we don't recognize number 3, huh? The Russian voice is back. I gotta think of a Russian voice though. It's been a while.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they?
In more ways than one, I might add.
But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well, now, Lord Von Zykes. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, the victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Okay, there was a short thug. I remember that. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh?
Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Alright. We got a few things here, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at it all. Oh wait, hang on, let's wait, because he's probably gonna give us the maps soon next.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. Windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Jeez. It's kind of rude.
Objection!
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Hi, in your face, I have my own red drink.
My learned Lebanese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. Prosecution has already begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Good gracious!
After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
Don't get drunk in the courtroom. Try not to.
Court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Von Sykes.
At once, my lord. Alright, now we'll go ahead and look at all our evidence. This isn't good. Wow, we got a lot of evidence. So we haven't looked at this yet. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Mason Milverton male, brickmaker, East End of London. Agnes McGilded, Lord Van Zyke. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Alright. See what this is all about.
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look! Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Ira certainly has her finger on the pulse of word news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies.
Oh no, don't tell me that one juror lady is, like, giving them info right now.
Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. How would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, you know?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Alright. Autopsy report. Time of death from 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party at Renosuke Naruhodo. Dr. Stevens. Blue moon and upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a poster renitier bullet wound to the heart. Bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Nothing else interesting about the crime scene, it looks like, though. Okay. One thing I noticed, this looks like it would make a great hiding spot. depending on like where you stand. Like if we came in right here, we really couldn't see much right here, especially in the dark of night. All right, now let's see if there's actually one bullet in here or not. If someone changed it. It's Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right. To keep all the pawned articles that were in his cash safe.
There's one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Is he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Okay, same dialogue. Nothing different. Okay, as far as I know, I don't see anything else interesting of note. So we'll leave that there. Alright.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden.
No, don't worry, you get used to it. I think that's because it has. Oh, he's already taken the cape off this early, huh? That's a new record.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th April of this year.
He's very serious. What the heck?
Witnesses, state your name and occupation for the court.
Name's not Stoken, baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Silken, operations, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. Yeah, that's right. What were their call?
The three Skulkin brothers. Gregson, are you related to these people? Is he actually related to them?
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot.
Oh, blimey, that's good. Did you know what we're going for? It's our owner, bro. Lost contact with them we have.
So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. Oh, I don't know what voices to give these two yet.
And last night, we come across you, the very spite of the bloke.
Ain't that right, Ringo? Could be secretly related. Maybe. They look like Mario and Luigi, though.
It is, Nash, it is. Very spit of him.
Okay, what's with the fruits, though? So we decided that Then we decided... Oh, God, why do they have to talk like this? It's just like Gina up in here. It can't. So we decided there and then what we're gonna do. We was gonna call you.
Big Brother Sulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he runs out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord. The name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you were doing in the witness stand.
Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they? These three?
Poor Gregson.
No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle.
At least they bring something healthy to court. Can't say that about Gregson. True! That is true. All he's got is his french fries.
By Jove, you mean to say what an extraordinary coincidence.
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
Oh, look at the short one.
Order! Order!
Various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. Sulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Cause a soaking never soaking. Get out of it. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours of the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. Was? But once we got inside, quite blimey, lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
Is that? I don't know.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Okay, that's gonna be the short guy's voice from now on.
We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left that nice and quiet.
Oh, God, I'm not gonna be able to focus on their actual testimony. A terrible coincidence it would seem. Why do we have to have more people like this, really? They got, like, such interesting, like, dialect that it's, like, I'm reading it, but I'm not actually, like, reading what it says. And then I'm, like, not understanding. The precise moment these miscreants entered the property, and an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now, of course. Counsel, if you please.
Oh, boy.
Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Runo?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies told by that pair in the stand. I know it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. We were walking down Baker Street in the small hours that the gas door was ajar, see? The front door of Windowbanks was ajar, you say? What type of night was this?
Must have been built one, right, Ringu?
Yeah, I say so, right, Sucky?
How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town.
Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little type burning inside.
A little light.
What about you, Sucky? Me, old mucker?
Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to this situation in the first place.
When these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
That's pure conjecture.
Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened. Oh, this is gonna be a long one, isn't it? It's like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. Oh gosh. What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it?
If it weren't a whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that, nah. There's no two ways about it. That was a sign that a long-lost brother was inside.
Also, how old are these guys? Let's see. 27. Ringo Skulkin. Nash. That's not the names of the Beatles, is it? No, I don't think so. A witness to the incident who broke into Windowbanks on the night of the murder with his brother and accomplice Nash. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Wait, he's the older one? Okay. It really is Mario and Luigi. A witness to the incident who broke into Windowbanks on the night... Okay, yeah.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. You led us to a bloke who looks just like our bruv.
What if he really is their brother?
I said cut it out.
Professional. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Once we got inside, Core Blimey Lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room. Did you now? A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that?
Yep. Just the one, Governor. I can swear to that.
It was now, sure was. Ain't that right, bruv?
Firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Winnebank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember.
We examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Winnebank always used to say he'd only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true, I remember him saying that as well.
So we could say without considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful. Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom?
My learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by.
And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, how exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, you turned out to rabbit, Ringo.
Well, Nash, yeah. Suppose you have to say we ain't normal, huh?
Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nepalese friend, it would seem, is of the former.
Alright. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witness. Witnesses.
What about y'all shooting Shomes? You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
Well, it was the bedlam soon, as it weren't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out my Lucy lockets.
So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you said.
That's right, Governor.
Enough of we ate more than violets. Peace-loving nibblers. We not bludgers.
We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy lockets.
So you're clearly like us to believe. Alright, come again. You fled from the pawnbrokers that night. Did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Are they gonna try to book it?
Blimey, Governor!
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway.
It was.
Why the bleeding Nora?
Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. As you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to a hospital.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when we searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of shot having been fired from it.
Don't tell me that old man's a doctor. I don't want to go there.
Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Now, my learned Nepalese friend,
No, you're gonna wait on that, because I want to examine this gun to its fullest. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windibank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Yeah, Iris is gonna kill him. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. Yes?
here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. The prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scenes of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not.
Oh, we don't have Susato here with us, so the only other witness we have is Sholmes.
The defense fails to provide evidence in support of his rash claim. We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night?
Okay. It's gotta be this, right? That's the only other, like, bullet thing. The purple bro reminds you of an eggplant. Before I present that, let me just look at all the other evidence. Like, nothing else would really make sense. So it's gotta be this. I'm just gonna present the blood samples, I guess.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth do you have there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do, how arrogantly Nepalese of you.
Well, to be fair, the one guy that was staring at the calendar didn't really say anything about the blood. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
You claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
This one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain.
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
The scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
Yeah, how did the police miss that? Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight.
This indicates that a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar has been set to the 16th.
That's right. While it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers last night.
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord von Zykes?
Seems way too calm about all this.
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes.
Yeah, you have a lot of hollow chalices. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that.
Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back under the street.
Yeah?
Take it easy there, Governor. You gotta land us in the soup. Had a deal.
We had a deal. We're gonna get
Into them details.
I already forgot their voices.
Tell him, Soki, set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Von Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nepalese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Von Zeeks?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes,
Then it wasn't the one that hit the victim.
then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Wendybank at all.
So that's it. Oh, okay.
That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder.
Quite a catalog, hey fellas?
Eh.
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I've seen the man patronize the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, okay. This is where it's gonna come to play.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It's the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
8:30, 9.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here. And here.
Okay. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help when the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of fire truck, eh, bruv?
Hey, luck loves a sulkin.
Witnesses, at what time did
Your trespassing begin?
it must have been just after 1. Alright, bruv?
Must have been Nash, must have been, yeah. Just gone one.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence.
What am? Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Are you serious? Why? Every time you try to help, your defendant always has to look guilty.
Good lord! It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it, Jenny.
In short,
This is why I wish you would have told me what happened last night, so I could have been aware of this.
the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank.
I say, my lord. Who is it? Oh, Gyaradev? Okay, interesting.
Wonder if I might put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of May 1, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, the medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together and mark my words, one for all and all for one.
Yeah, let's do our summation examination. We already know where this is going. You don't even have to tell me twice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gyaradev squadron position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. To be fair, this is probably the latest it's ever been. Usually it's like right at the start.
Status report for the courtmen on the double.
His lordships insist on promptitude at all times. Thank you for making decisions, too.
I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I can reach out and touch it. I would have left it in there, I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Is he the one that performed the surgery on Sholmes?
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
Da. Very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well, I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in the matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Of course. Not surprised there, huh?
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
A photograph. Must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Jenny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. You knew this was coming.
Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. I was ready for action, my chaps.
Very good, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You'll each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
All the evidence clearly points to failure of guilt at this young pickpocketeen.
As a house manager, I'd like to see all the filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
Oh.
If I had left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Sir, what are you talking about? The bullet?
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission. A verdict to follow. Stop.
In Motherland, we never judged by clothes, judged by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Okay.
The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. Storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hands, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. The young girl's on the verge of pulling the volley trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you'll have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
Regina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation than we yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
I'm just gonna go ahead and start pressing.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. I just moved out and I couldn't get a bally show to take up their tenancies.
Oh?
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that girl's clapped up.
Wonder how long she was in jail for.
Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for dash certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. Therefore, there can be no suggestion that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Oh, because she's a maid?
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see, again.
The maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps?
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
He has a type. You're right. He likes maids. Maybe that's the real reason. It's not that he wants to look rich and have a maid in his house. He's just like role playing with his wife as a maid.
So I like to keep abreast of the exploits by reading Grant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid to the capital.
Man, I love this theme. This is one of my favorite themes. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? Oh god.
It's really quite unforgivable. Gotta scum have the audacity to shoot out every greatest detective.
Minor detail. There's the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
Minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyways.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement.
Oh, okay, here we go. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. If Jigsaw was in court, right, as a jury member in court for the brothers, she'd be like, immediately, without even, the opening statement, she'd be like, guilty! But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank.
I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir.
Sorry?
Whether it was the thieves or the pig purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion.
Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy.
You know, it was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it?
Yes, without question.
Well, then I'll never forgive them.
Oh, Iris.
Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think?
Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. Yeah, we'll come back to it. Guilty! You look at the photograph in stereo. Yeah, what does he mean by that? What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? You look at the photograph like pretty normally. Like so the pickpocket girl's about to shoot the victim, obviously.
It almost looks like she's looking at the gun. There's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
You gotta look at it by a different angle. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Ew, how did you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
Never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes.
It's extraordinary, it's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course.
Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before is the greatest invention the world has ever seen.
Just wait till this guy sees a 3DS. That's all I'm saying. A new perspective there. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Okay, please don't tell me you left the bullet in Sholmes.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Keep talking about having left something elsewhere, something like that.
Huh? So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
I didn't mean to do that. So what is it that you think you left behind?
Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen.
Are you legally allowed to be talking about the surgery?
When I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anyway.
No way. Oh, jeez. Don't tell me he left the scalpel in Sholmes. What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not. You said to yourself, don't you? Worrying isn't it? What? That's what's been troubling me this whole time.
Oh no.
Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fella's belly? No, of course I wouldn't.
Wait, did someone say something just now? I thought I heard. I could have sworn I thought I heard a reaction. I'll probably have to come back and press it later. I don't know, that was just me making a loud noise and I thought I heard something. That's one way of putting it. There's manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. Seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back at as it should be, well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
Sure, you need to be more sure. Okay.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop!
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Dozens of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. What if something happened to one of the wires? How would you know?
You're well informed, young lady. Hehe. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves of 4 corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Hemisphere electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do. Say that again, go on. I dare you.
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Ha!
Absolutely, I mean really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
What a great way to appease the man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm actually going to have to demonstrate. Sort of possibilities.
Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before.
What?
Have you gotten any, Reno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
How about this print here? Should do the trick, I think. Photograph of Gina? Oops.
Take that!
This guy reminds you of SpongeBob? I mean, he could kind of look like a humanoid SpongeBob. Juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? I don't know if I was supposed to present this one or the one of the cat, but I was like, the crime scene is kind of more important here. So I was like, the crime scene photo.
Of course I can.
Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Well, we don't have another print. Why do I give him the same one twice? I'm gonna see what happens if I give him the same one twice.
Take that!
Wait, sorry. What do you mean, one more print?
Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works?
Reno,
What? I mean, Iris already taught us yesterday that you needed to.
you need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye, one for the right.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph.
No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You need 2 prints.
Thanks for the friendly explanation. After Iris telling you about all this, you forget that you need to. Shame on you. We'll just chalk it up on his lack of sleep.
Well, if we attain another print at some later point in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then.
Ahaha!
I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Counsel? What happens if I should give him the cat prints? Oh, okay, well, let's press this real quick.
Hold it!
Can it really show up new clues, though?
Don't know unless you try.
How about this print here? It should do the trick. Let's just see what happens if we give him these 2.
Take that!
I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all.
What? Really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscope look at your brain sometime.
What's that supposed to mean? Okay. Did hers change? Okay. Please tell me you're not violin Bolshevik. Oh, villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
He really does look like him.
Da. I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor?
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal.
Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out.
People call me revolutionary murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please.
The mouse is really cute. No! Oh shoot, I just remembered! Iris's cat is roaming around. I was gonna attack the mouse at some point, isn't it? Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So, I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look.
I'm very surprised that they even, like, enlisted this guy. He's only a visitor. Why is he being forced to be a jury member? The Skulkin brothers?
Da. Maybe they were inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. This is all what I have to say.
Also, I don't like that he wants to go to the Crystal Tower. That seems a little suspicious. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away.
Tell me something.
Oh, tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Runo?
Jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks at all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
We know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
So we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Just be ready to go with whatever lengths I have to. I'll convince them of Gina's innocence. Okay, so we've read all their... We pressed them all. Okay, maybe I need to pit her with Mr. Bolshevik over there. Not Bolshevik, Bolshevik. That's what I'm calling him.
Objection.
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself.
My statement contradictory.
Contradict. C. O. In.
Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick.
I do not have stick. I have mouse.
As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from the revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear?
Abdomen. Abdomen. A-B-D.
Sir?
Sorry. My English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear?
Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean? You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not a native speaker.
Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
So,
He put the mouse on the table, look at him.
you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot the detective. Da. This is double negative.
Yes, that's exactly right. No, what are you doing? Don't squeeze him!
Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal.
Random Londoners, right? I don't know, that's gotta be a mistake or something. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means... when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, their stolen goods were found, so... Stop choking that poor mouse! Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Runo. Easily.
Sorry? Oh, the photographic print, huh?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Ah,
If you compare the prints that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. QE, Mr. Prosecutor.
Tut-tut. Calling on the prosecution and investigation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one.
right.
Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Sokolkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
I mean, I already know one of the differences, the shattered lantern.
So this was taken after Hurley's was shot, then? So as far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
It does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. But something broken. So, the brothers who look like criminals only told one lie. They shot the man, but they stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. What about the maid?
Yay, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting.
Well, that's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying. I used to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation in our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Alright. Now we got what we needed. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Hey, what does he say now? I want to see.
In the lake of life are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore I say not guilty of murder.
Hold it!
Oops.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can.
Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'll be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera of Mr. Winniebanks on the night in question. What is this one called? Post-shooting photograph, okay. I know the other one was called photograph of Gina.
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle?
Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth.
Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then?
No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally, anyway. Oh? Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have!
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
I'm I want to look at these two pictures from Hadley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that iris? Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them?
Okay, so I do notice the broken lantern. Seems to be the only difference. Give me 1 second. BRB 1 sec. Sorry about that. Okay, so the difference. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. I don't think that's what she's referring to.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap. I'm not doing that because that hurts my eyes. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pins from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait.
Man, did you manage to see it properly, Runo?
Yes, I saw it. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of just jump out at you. Wait, really? Oh, maybe I should have done it. Oh well. Oh, that was funny. Oh gosh, seeing the judge and then and Zykes. Oh my gosh. You said no, you didn't see it? Oh, is it different when you say no? Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Zykes said the thing though. He wasn't gonna resort to crossing his eyes, of course.
Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes.
Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, huh?
I thought we were just gonna talk about the broken lantern.
I think you find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at the 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally.
In other words, so all those items have shifted a bit, is what they're saying? Okay. I guess, yeah. I just tried it. It shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Wonder why, though.
Yes, there must have been.
Oh, look at Iris there with this. She's so short.
Now, hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp for this whole Cross-eyed business now, I say. Why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I have the first idea.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 o'clock a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
It means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter?
Zukas!
Someone tampered?
New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop.
Yes, we have to go around in circles a little here, it seems. This is just a giant coincidence, ain't it? Are we able to find something like this? I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? And why?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for almost imperceptible shift in the items in the counter. Really? Because I don't have any idea. Well, it's either going to be him, her, or the brothers. Problem is the brothers are two different people. What if we just said it's Von Zykes? Von Zykes. I really have no idea who it could be. I feel like I'm taking like a 50-50 chance here between Gina and Windibank. Oh, I don't like this. Let's see. First photograph was taken at 1 o'clock a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some of the items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interims. That means someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Who, though? I'm so lost here. I mean, it could also be one of us, too. If we accidentally bumped into it. I don't know who it could be. Who was there at the time? So we have at 1:30. We arrived like right at the end of that, didn't we? I forgot like what time we actually arrived there. It was Windibank, Gina. I don't think it would be Gina, right? I want to say it's Windibank. He must have done something, right? Because if they're saying someone tampered with it, we don't want to say it's Gina. We don't really know exactly who it would be out of these two, so I don't think the game would want you to choose incorrectly. And it could be one of us three, but I'm gonna go with Pop Windibank. And if I'm wrong, then I'll let them tell me. Oh yeah, we got it wrong. This meddler. I'll let them just give me a hint. I guess it wasn't. Toward the absurd. That's funny. I have no idea. Like, my brain is drawing a blank to this. Hang on. Before... I want to look at the evidence real quick. Do you have autopsy report? Here we go. 1 or 1:30. I have really no idea. Okay, let's just keep going.
If you think about it, it has to have been someone who was in Windabanks when everything was going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
So, that narrows it down quite a lot, I think.
No, it does not! There was a lot of people there! Oh, another thing. We know somebody who must have touched the things on Mr. Wink. So who was it? Okay, so I guess Gina, huh?
Take that!
Oh no! Is it Sholmes then? We're on the side of the counter. I don't even know. Shoot. I'm just gonna do one of these guys. I'm gonna lose all my little things right here. Okay. So you could have just presented anyone. See, that's what threw me off. I was like, it can't be them because you don't know which one to present. Okay, you could present any of them. Okay, well that was my stupidity. Wait. This does not agree with what brother said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so.
Hold on a minute, you can't be so sure of that. I quite agree, the accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she might went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winniebank to open the storeroom door. When he said learned friend, I was like, wait. Was this actually Von Zeke's dialogue? And I was reading it as Renosuke, but then I looked at the name like, oh no, it's Renosuke. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted the key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pick purse, coming gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. What exactly? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant of the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? That's true.
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from this shady pair.
No, he used his head. That's funny.
Y'all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings.
You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. I feel like he's only going to vote not guilty because, like, we made him happy. I'm really sure. It's going to be the third one.
How did they agree? Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via reagent street. Stop.
Okay, well, there we go. Well, it would seem this trial's yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. Hereby call the summation, examination, and conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. Oh, just put it in the fridge for me. Thanks. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright, hey. Stranger things happen in these court cases. Like interviewing, like, animals. Lord Von Zykes, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
I put myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. That was good. Save your current progress right now. Trial part 2. We'll go a little further.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
Ooh.
I presume you heard the Defense Counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov, I did.
Mr. Skulkin.
God, blimey!
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks.
Those bedrooms soon as weren't it?
It was, now she was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes on my loose lockets.
However, that was a lie. You brothers,
Core, blimey.
on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
Never did enough for over short.
How'd you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth.
Each lie that presses your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we hear you.
We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
Here we go. Illegal entry, the whole truth.
Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump up and all that stuff went flying.
Me, it didn't even give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter came out the door and get us next.
We struck everything back where we found it and scraped it straight in the back.
Could have shut the pawnbroker. See, we never even had a chance, did we? Oh, God, their testimony is so hard to understand.
So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah? Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't make them sound a bit more cutthroat.
It'd just be coincidence that those men showed up at Windibanks that night. It's more to their testimony than meets the eye. Someone paid them to get there, right? Sure of it. Was it Benedict? Let's go. Let's just get this testimony over with. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, not exactly squeaky clean, are we?
We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admit it to something like that, people think we're up to no good.
Considering you be out China, well, we only land ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble.
That's rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater.
Witnesses?
Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing.
Right, Nash, right? More like we tidied the place up.
Oh, he's losing his patience here.
Oh, sorry.
So when you hear the gunshots, you both jumped and all that stuff went flying. You know what? I'm just gonna skip some of this testimony. If we don't have to read everything, we. Okay, let's read this one and probably the one after this. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock's Shomes.
Yes, we was a bit hasty there.
We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice.
Yeah, for real.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind gets totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note now made, miss.
After that, we let it get down the street, but apparently we like dodging the coppers or somewhat.
So they clapped the Darbies on us. After you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
But listen, I pretty done it, huh?
Could have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why not? Why couldn't you have had a chance? Why should we believe that?
What? Because it's true, isn't it?
The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windermere. Correct.
You got it, ringmaster. Down to a knee.
So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winderbank? Is that really true, I wonder? Yeah, okay, I guess we gotta press those other two statements. Don't know if we just gotta press everything or just one of them is important. We'll see. I'm just trying to skip this because this isn't important. Man, why is this so long? I'm just trying to get back around, please. This is the thing she's 10 euros. I must be 5.
Hold it!
Alright, let's read this. So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
On your life!
We were deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gav, it was, from the inside.
Right, we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through a keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps?
Don't ring on bells, don't light no lights. We've had to cut them before and we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day we actually cut the mustard.
As long as you don't cut the cheese. Please, cut it out. And as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately, Gina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gav, that's right.
Could have even if we wanted to.
Okay, so we need to push this. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, so let's press this, I guess. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter?
Well, it shocked one of us that much. Yeah, this bag of nerves needs to learn to keep its shirt on.
Look, I was loud, alright, Blimey. With that granny would have woken up the bang.
Big breath screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter.
Knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette. What? Knocked over a picture frame. What? Knocked on skulls on the floor.
You really mastered working quietly then.
What a whack! My granny would have been scared back into her grave as a clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
This time, I mean, it was quiet as a mouse.
And suddenly, okay. Oh, thank God, we can hear someone else.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
I gotta keep saying I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now as what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it, only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
Poor Gregson. Yeah, I know. People are gonna think he's a terrible person. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? We'll have to get Iris to write something good about him in the next story.
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Did Von Zykes, like, basically persuade them to say something else?
Did it? Claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
Must have gone. Does it ring a bell now you mention it?
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but
Still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
Why discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be? Should be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now.
then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are.
Oh, what now? Heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it.
What difference does this make? So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? What if they heard a female voice him?
We did, Gov, we did. Don't suppose if you're being honest, I heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun.
Huh. Kind of thing. A career in acting, tragically missed. Where are the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank?
On your granny's life, of course it was.
I don't think you should be swearing about your grandma.
On his granny's life, of course it was.
Wait, aren't you brothers? Is it also your granny? So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank in the sound of his voice?
So what you mean, who? What, Nash, what?
Any ideas?
Yes, counsel, indeed it would.
No. We don't know the geezer. I'm not supposed to know when the bloke and all the fancy cobbler give us the evil eye.
You value your lives. You will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Zykes is just ready to be done with these pair. I am too. I am definitely done just because of the voicing though.
I mean, Granny's wife it is. Oh, there's Granny's wife it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. Yeah. Summarized, and immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you heard the gunshot. causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
It's like we're clumsy. Don't forget, we tied it up after like good little boys anyway, the way I see it. Look, who owned the place was holding a gun, so he just fired instead of yelling at the girl. What?
Hold it.
You saying that Mr. Winniebank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, but that was a sight, eh?
Two boys random guns at each other must have got pretty heated.
Oh, hey, that's a good thing. Now we can kind of, you know, shift it to be self-defense. But no, we're gonna get her fully innocent, don't worry.
I mean, I just was shouted, and the old geezer said, if you don't want to get shot.
Didn't really sound like you meant to mind you, or an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Winniebank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. To say that to protect the articles in his keepings, he'd rarely put a bullet in someone's head if required. That's someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion, indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person who was gonna shoot him beat him to it. Good excuse proper. But he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, give me that gun.
It was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot?
It's more or less or at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Boy, everything went dead quiet.
After that, we're done a slapdash job trying up the place up.
So we already read all this then, right? Did we press this before? Let me see. Okay, we did. My bad. Alright. So I guess we didn't need to press anything else. So for the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, give me that gun. The bloke went in on the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at. But he wasn't.
Objection.
There we go. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winniebank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got the picture.
Yeah, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what? Gordon Bennett.
That ain't right.
Objection.
Someone tampered with the crime scene? Be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winniebank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Wait a minute! What if the quote-unquote gun that he saw Gina have before everything went down was her smoke grenade launcher? Could be that. And then someone just planted the gun in her hand afterwards.
That moth jeweler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam.
Kind of thing.
Hold it.
That's exactly where you are, right there. The crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, but given rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted. Yeah, it was in his back. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Well, let's see some evidence to support your claim. Bum bum ba ba da ba 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 da. Into the body from the back. Here we go.
Take that.
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shot of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Oh! So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Sulkin.
Yeah!
Bum, 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 bum.
But, it's the God honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. What is shot that night? The shopkeeper's gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winnebank holding a gun?
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash, no!
I wonder if they really did do it.
Order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Might you understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
Never so, Governor. Truth is, we, cut it up, Nash, cut it up. Reply now, you know it'll do to us.
Who? He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk, there is no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up. But we have our guts for garters.
What if it's Benedict? In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
Hello, puppet.
How's it going, Colonel?
The night in question is now apparent that your brothers met face to face with the victim. Demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstance under which this meeting took place.
Please, can we stop with their testimony? I can't handle these two people anymore.
Well,
Do we have to?
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your last chance to tell the truth. This must be like towards the end, huh? I can't take this anymore. I can't do their voices.
alright, so we just got inside the golf and he just sighed relief when the geezer showed its smug. With that gun he bellowed and then he flew at us like we was possessed. I thought he had it. For no geezer, that bloke was strong as rocks. He chuckled me over the counter. Pulled me gun on him and then I legged him through that door into the back room. We didn't do nothing with killing him. That's all that happened, I swear.
I can't take it anymore, guys. These people are making me lose my sanity. With them on top of Gina, this is the worst case ever. So now you're telling me that moments before the victim was killed in the store, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah. So sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't nothing more to hide.
Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Alright, let's do it.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank?
Well, sorry. I mean, that's right. Just keeping a close eye on the entrance of the gaff, obviously. We never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbrokery's storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where they popped up from. Or the place it could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Jenny must have been in there at the point as well.
That doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What with the artillery? Couldn't tell you.
No way, copper. You know, bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Influenced like he was possessed. I thought we had it. You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted these words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you've heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
Did we?
The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? And well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time?
First ever, blimey loomy, great ugly barrel's head.
Punch straight up your front piece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with a gun at the time, is that right? Man, their testimony is just everywhere.
It is good, it is spot on. And then all of a sudden, he came out as he did. It was bedlam. I don't know what was going on for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean...
For no geezer, that bloke was strong as an ox. He checked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Over the counter? As I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
Knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
I got tangled with some marionette. I knocked over a picture frame. Knocked the scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter?
No, big brother went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. You know, geezer pinned him.
You did, Nash, you did. If you ain't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised by the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to deactivate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they went straight at the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect his shop.
Yeah.
We got on him and then legged him
Through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Okay, what about Gina, though? Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank?
No, never. I was just, you know... looking out for me brother and I. Is he being flattened, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. Then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shot me away and then ran off through that door and shut himself in.
Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Yes, that's right. He probably went in there to protect both of them. Because he could lock it from the inside. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This inconsistency could be significant. Should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and my bruv. That's right, Nash. That's right, me and brother. You know, nothing to do with killing. It's all that appears, I swear.
Okay, let's just go ahead and do this and then... No! Aw, rip. I accidentally went forward. Oh, man. Da 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 da. Can we just get through with this, please? Okay. Don't accidentally skip it this time. Alright.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gav, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked the doors from the inside. You know it was, because we tried to open it. That's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, with budging it.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. We got it. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. So what if they shot? Well, the only thing that doesn't make sense is the amount of bullets here. If they shot with their gun, how did they shoot Sholmes then with only using one bullet? I don't know. Unless they, I don't know. We'll worry about that later. So the person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel?
I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Winnebank? I'm gonna say yeah, there could have been. Mr. Skulkin? What? Because they could have... Okay, so if they didn't lock the door, they could have opened up the hatch on the door and still shot him if his back was faced towards them. What's that look for? The moment you admitted that you've encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial has changed completely.
It did? What is your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Winnebank? It is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not only the possible answer at all. Bum bum bum.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of premises.
The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
That's easily. Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Bruno?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship.
We got this, we got this.
You believe someone else could have killed the victim? Indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Right here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
And in answer to the second question,
Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, who was the victim at the time? Right here.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winnebank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
so you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him and then I legged him through that door from the back room. Mr. Winnebank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time.
Ah!
It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Oh!
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
But the door was locked, so I still believe he shot him through the window.
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. Suppose they the bullet into the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
So it was the short brother that killed him then. Got it.
The victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course. We'd been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still would have entered his body at an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winnebank.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten, that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. He claimed the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key on the lock?
But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Okay, here's the thing. I'm thinking it was him, and that they just shot through the little window in the door. But they're kind of making me they're making it like wanting to lean it towards Gina. Because they're saying there is someone else. So I'm just going to go ahead and go with Gina. I still think it was him, and he locked it, and then they shot through the little cubby. So I'll play their game now. Even though I'm already a step ahead, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm always a step ahead. And then I get punished because I'm too far ahead. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered this sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tie the noose around her neck.
People are getting shot. Of course she's going to lock the door to keep herself safe.
I'm inclined to agree. I must say, well, counsel.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my quorum, counsel. Remember that, please.
Of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winnebank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winnebank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom.
That's us, bro.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. And probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit the back by the bullet, Mr. Winnebank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. Give me 1 second. Hang on. I'm just going to get something from my throat, because my throat is hurting. Sorry about that. Hit back by the bullet, Mr. Winnebank fell to the floor where he just was inside the storeroom. Whatever the asked our skills now is what the defendants have done in that moment.
I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was our terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winnebank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. Fixing my headphone wire. Sorry about that. Okay. Owner saved her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it.
We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. You never shoot no one.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winnebank's murder.
And
Can we just book him already?
That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know, first time ever. Probably the last.
I don't think you've done it. Surely they have enough. They'll have to give a verdict of not.
An admirable effort, my learned friend.
What's this now? He's laughing?
I find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zykes. I find myself the defense's argument most persuasive.
I dare say such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. Such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pedophagy here.
What?
Hypothesis you put forward so obstinately, incredibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing?
I say, Lord Von Zykes. Might be an idea to explain this bodily conjuring thing or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, huh?
The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets!
Yep, there we go.
Oh dear. He noticed then.
That's everyone talking about.
Counsel,
Yes, sir.
tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The evidence is presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings.
The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend, you yourself told the court only moments ago these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you'll find. If the single bullet was fired from the brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means. Would it be not shot by same gun? Stop! Only one bullet, stop!
Exactly. What if both brothers had a gun and hid the other?
Yes, this Nepalese street performer presented an absolutely credible argument. However, there's nothing more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
What? Order! How much money have you wasted in booze within this past few months, sir? And wine glasses.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Von Zykes.
The court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrange, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct.
Are they gonna bring up McGilded's case?
Truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. We can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
And disc.
Be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGuidance down to the yard. Thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine now, dear. It's mine.
I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to Miss Gilded has been taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGilded's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article which clearly doesn't belong to her. With none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which the girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets the fact at its peril.
I see. Well, I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament to the defendant.
Whoa.
I'm Lord Von Zyke, Sahib.
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this about? What's all this about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zykes at all.
I'm unaware of such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Okay. Can we get that blood checked out now?
Prosecution has established the accused's motives, opportunity, and baseness of character.
Reno, look. This is blood.
That's right, just a small smear. But definitely blood. Actually, it feels as though I might have noticed that before.
Oh, then it's my time to shine again. I'm gonna be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Reno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
What color is it gonna be? Green. Green?
A lovely bright shade green.
Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Well, that's not Sholm's blood. Let me take a look at this real quick. We're saying they're both unknown. What if our assumption that this was Sholm's is incorrect? Okay. Thing is, we don't know when that blood got on the disc, right? Because that was already before. I don't remember when. We don't know exactly when. But it was like the day before is when we saw the blood.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decision and rest my case.
I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once. For all 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Reno.
My lord.
I wonder if I might say something at this point.
Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling about it in a bit of a fog up to now, truth be told, but all of a sudden. Answer's bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defense's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, you two shut up.
Guilty.
You already were guilty.
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 Great. Time for another summation examination. You know what's funny? as I find in this game, I've enjoyed the summation examinations more than like cross-examining witness. Cross-examining in this game feels so boring to me for whatever reason. We have a consensus among the jury. It's like the same thing. Like at the start of the not the first case. The first case was very different. The cross-examinations was fine because that was the whole thing. But like ever since then, in cases 3 through 5, the first thing every time is you gotta just press everybody, and then that's how you continue forward. Like you're not really, I don't know, I don't like the cross-examination. It all feels the same. We have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I read that for Hurley.
How dare you use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. Wait, did he read the book too? Still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windenbank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We'll proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and your other jurors ready?
Gearing up, squad is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Here we go. Judicial findings.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breeds, us law-abiding citizens.
There's only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
Oh gosh.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Oh, okay, you're gonna be the first person I press then.
It would seem there was a little remaining room for doubt.
Have to admit it, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But then when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jenny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fearless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. You're gonna be very drunk with it before this is over.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Here we go. Yes, my lord. Let's go on, Ash Gamer. Welcome. Jury examination. Alright. Let's go ahead and start with this guy.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Tourist that knows about guns is all.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. Would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Will you stop trying to ask directions for Crystal Tower? There's no way he's just a whistling tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I'm playing Great Ace Attorney.
I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, no, blood of,
Extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps.
No, not the mouse.
those, extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Oh, jeez.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I could not solve.
Okay, maybe we come back to him. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Right? And Sykes has managed to convince everyone.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Okay, let's ask her about this. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police.
Alright, take care.
When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her how to count the table settings.
That's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere in the scene. Could that be possible? Let's just say I can prove it. Oh well. I don't care if I get in trouble. Allow me to show you then. Oh shoot, no. The third bullet. Oh crap. Maybe we shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. Passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer. Oh, poo poo. Whatever. I didn't know I was gonna get penalized, but whatever. I'll take it. So if I understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one, a slightly different right eye one.
Exactly, then you can see the scenes in 3 dimensions, like this.
So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well, then surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Alright, gosh, this guy. This guy every time gets me. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with the trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Oh, the bullets in Herlock.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it was nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet has simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you're operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? No. Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes by any chance?
Yes, good lord! Oh, it was a Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. He said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
Is the bullet still in him and he just didn't find it, or did it just go through him? I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting? The counsel for the defense is correct. It's clearly shown in this photographic print. Bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes that hit him in the stomach region. The next hit his body and lodged into the shop wall where the exact calendar was hanging by the door. Okay. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. It traveled up, huh?
Oh, who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all.
Okay. What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I was slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidence recently, but this is ridiculous.
I'm as surprised as anyone.
There's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot.
Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in.
How bad were his injuries, Doctor?
He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And as I suspect, he was shot at quite close range, too. Because the skin was badly burned around the point of entry.
Okay.
Burnt? As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the log and pop it out.
Yeah, you say you found no bullet inside the patient.
I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it was in the walls of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there were some experts in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy.
Am I supposed to pursue him right now? We'll try again in a sec. Let's just keep going. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Here, let me try this right now.
Hold it!
Okay. Can I press him right here? Or pursue him right here? I guess not. Okay, never mind. I guess I'll just go press him normally then.
Hey, Jack, come see.
Oh my goodness, we've already been doing this for 5 hours?
Oh. Come see, Jack. Want to jump on my lap? Come on. Come on.
Good boy. Alright, let's press now. I thought you were just... Oh. Do I need to just pit them two together? That doesn't make sense. I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I do put them together.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit Jersey. Oh, shoot, we messed up.
Oh, ballistics expert?
Pitting. P-I-T-T-I. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought we were gonna say. Wait, let me read this real quick. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, I didn't even. When I saw the ellipses, I thought I messed up. Like he was like, oh, never mind. I was ready for an earful. Okay, that's funny. In the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Please. And you're saying you're not Villain Bolshevik? Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling. Juror number 4. Are you able to explain that mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was a blizzard. I was running along mountain road in freezing cold. Cold. The snow was boiling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous.
My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds.
Mental note, don't ask too much questions.
I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from Doctor. I could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound.
And where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. Made deep wound that looks like bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that's the solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
You know, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
Oh, okay, a pouch? Actually, might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch.
Well, good thing he was wearing it.
So he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigation.
So the glass hit him, but also, like, don't tell me those, whatever the contents were, went inside of his stomach, because that might not be good for him then. What, really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Huh? Well, Bella had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. What about Zyke's? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived at the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Huh? Thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in the question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Okay. I see. So this is a pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, a bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
There was a glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury?
This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop.
That's crazy. A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
Well, at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easily tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much.
Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Inosuke. Wow, we do have a lot of evidence now. Oh wait, we have the stereoscope too. I never noticed it, but maybe it'll come into play later. Whew. Well, what do we have here? Look at that, my friends. It looks like a little thing called a bullet. It's really scorched badly just here.
Oh, the shop is broken. Look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
There's 3 bullets now. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it?
Ah, that's the Skulkin Brothers' bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. Who was it again? I forgot. The 2nd or the 3rd one? The 2nd one, yeah, the maid. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
Take the 3rd bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. Ah, you gotta be quiet right now, sir.
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to a hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
Ah! So that means that's not Sholmes' blood, or possibly not Sholmes' blood on the disc then. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Here he's unharmed. Yeah, at least he doesn't have like a bullet just somewhere randomly in his stomach now.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
Ah! What? That must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah! Ah! So he having a heart attack? We gotta help him.
Order, order, order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. It is my prerogative in this situation. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Oh no! Please no! I love the summation examination. I do not love cross-examining those 2. And Gregson. No, I don't mind Gregson.
Witnesses,
Governor?
were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Hey, Gov. I don't make nothing or nothing. I can't help it.
Is it one of yours?
Go blimey, Governor. Go blimey. Not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone.
What if they found their 3rd brother in the shop? It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forgot poor Sulky. Like 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? So we already know that the bullet that they used to shoot Sholmes is from that one gun. So the other one that was fired from Windibank's revolver might be the one that's in the calendar. And so the one that was used to shoot Windibank is from the 3rd gun.
I mean, that's an head scratcher.
I feel like both of these have a gun. Both of these guys must have a gun, right? Not just one. So one shot Sholmes, one shot Windibank, maybe?
Counsel for the defense.
I guess we'll see soon. Yes?
Would you like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments? The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came?
Thinking back all over the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. Lord, I think it's clear that this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. They had another gun. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been in possession of another gun. And we know that only one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms already in the court record. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun.
An accomplice, you say?
Pig's whip.
These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there's been not a murmur of a third man if this apparently wraith-like being exists.
I wasn't saying that, I was just saying another gun, but sure.
Court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy would be crushed.
Okay, I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna do a save because I don't want to accidentally get a game over and have to go through all this again because I have not saved in who knows how long.
Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even... Responsible admit the Lord, the defense is ready to present answers.
Yeah, we're faking it till we make it.
The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
So, my Nepalese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
I have to push forward now. There's no option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Alright, let's think about this. We have blood samples. That might be a thing. Signs of a single discharge. There are signs that a single was fired. Let me examine this real quick. Oh, I almost presented this. Oh shoot, that would have been bad. I can't find anything out of place.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see?
And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The one thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Okay, I just realized I have 2 things that come to mind right now. Also, like... Why doesn't it give me, like, a check mark? Whatever. Oh, wait, shoot. Oh, ooh, I almost pressed present instead of examine. Ooh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press.
Well, that is what the button's for, you know? You're just like Curly, you boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do.
Us boys? Says a 10-year-old girl?
Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you?
Is there anything else we can see with this? I guess not. Okay, so anyways, the 2 things that come to mind, right, is the blood samples, and then the broken glass still. Because, like, for whatever reason, right, they never pointed out the broken lantern. That's like never come into play. Like no one's even like noticed at all, even when we investigated in the crime scene. And that's been throwing me off for the longest. Like, why haven't they questioned the broken lamp? So that's like the major one I'm thinking of. Let me just make sure. Just getting a good look. Yeah. So that's broken. They never said that. And then also on top of that, the blood samples. I feel like that could be another one, right? Because we don't know whose blood this is. We thought it was Sholmes. It's not. So the question is, whose blood is this? I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna go with this and hope that this is right.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
It's this one right here.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? This appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature?
It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Ah, by the great detective.
New invention, stop! Not yet appeared in stories, stop!
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole new dimension to looking at blood.
I feel like these two could either become like lovers or at least best friends.
Talk of blood in courtroom, stop! Very exciting, stop!
Example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, striking blue.
Yeah, so you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could be for some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on this calendar is the date of which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
And whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend.
And it is Benedict, because his blood is on the other thing. Get this man in here.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place.
The accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
What if he has some ties with the police or something, this Benedict guy, and that's why they didn't want to present this as evidence because his blood stain is on it or something?
The accused attempted to...
Oh, yeah, anyways. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker?
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
well, that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say... Any music box discs, too. Yo, Colonel, are you still here? if you're still here, Colonel, I don't think you've met him yet. I think you probably have. I'm not sure, but this guy his hat looks like someone else's hat you're probably gonna see soon. In the anime you're watching. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. There is more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fellow.
Oh, there we go.
Taken from one of his red-handed recorder Gubbinses.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning.
You claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. Skulkin.
Never seen the geezer before in my life.
Not in my life, sir. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
Well, you know what? They could lie. How are we supposed to prove that?
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nephonesis friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof of the clean-cut gentleman and photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking into screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Prove that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, okay. So I was about to present this, but then I forgot. It's in here. Do we present this? Like, oh, I don't know what to present. No. Hang on. I just don't want to, like, have to go through all that dialogue again, so we're going to save there in case... I'm going to try both, but I might be wrong. Oh. I don't know. Oh, I hate this.
Take that!
The proof is right here in this portfolio.
Good gracious, counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed?
So you share my interesting claret-colored liquids, my Nepalese friend?
I'm not talking about booze here, though, sir, like you are.
No, the court demands to see further evidence.
But yeah, it's funny to see the judge's reaction, because we have presented this like 3 or 4 times now.
Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime?
Right here.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well.
Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc! It's mine!
Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp?
You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's fingers to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Thank goodness, a blood stain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, we added the results to this portfolio.
I say,
It's green.
It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egget Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that night. So there was someone else there. My lord, is it the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egget Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify? But that's not his real name, so how are they going to find him?
It certainly seems that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. The flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. Protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection of some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? You see you successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn the same color.
Yeah, but we can see if this guy is injured. Ah, well. Stop showing me your boots.
Pray, do not even think of suggesting we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction? I didn't know what they said in time. I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? You can't let him get away with that. Knew we'd come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. But how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination.
Ah.
In other words,
I like how she called him Father Christmas. It kind of does fit him, huh?
the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
Ha!
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yeah, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right? What would you say, or am I to misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd foresight of the situation from the entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks for you for your final readings of this matter.
Oh boy.
As proud citizens of Her Majesty Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Yes!
Not guilty.
Aha!
Not guilty.
Oh, one more!
Guilty.
Ah, screw you.
Guilty.
Oh, screw you!
Not guilty.
Ha 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 ha! Let's go.
Two call for guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such was the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. Prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
These jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, and they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
You heard that, juror number 4 and 5? Might as well just vote not guilty. He's saying you all stupid.
I'm sorry, Lord Von Zykes, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Haha, you're losing.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that would be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
Okay, but like, they took him into custody yesterday, so they already know who he is when they booked him, right? I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Well, we know his initials are AG.
Could I say something?
It's gotta be Gregson, right?
Who's that, please? Who spoke?
Oh,
It was me, my lord.
juror number 5?
What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector,
Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown.
Is that your brother or something?
Yes, right, this one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict?
Does she know him?
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No.
Good gracious! Oh, here we go.
Order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see. Oh wow, her eyes are shining.
This gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
Oh, really?
Very talented operator, in fact. Stop. You should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
The situation doesn't seem right. I don't know where I got those words from. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Von Sykes, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
It's your lordship of bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery of the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Alright, time for lunch. Oh, this is such a long trial. Save your current progress right now. You know I gotta say that every time. Whew, boy. This is a doozy. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Jenny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why get all this trouble and fight so hard for the likers of me?
What?
Well, you saw it, that picture.
What picture? The one with her with a gun in her hand.
Oh, you mean this, the photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've gone ahead of your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
I think I kind of proved you are more innocent than, like, originally. Of course I can.
Huh. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Huh?
I mean, yeah, we kind of need to know what happened to help piece things together.
Rudo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
after that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-1 to Windbreaker's place. I had to do.
If Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sherms don't like. Something we don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I had thought at the time.
So you broke into Winterbanks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea what was going to kick off, didn't I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as light in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when. What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew.
Took a picture.
I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what.
Oh, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. I just got it here. The Sherms leave all papers with you a story.
I beg your pardon.
The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner rather die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's there, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
Oh no, Sherms really pawned it here and all. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop wavering my gun around, would you?
So then the alcove, I locked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The mantle script. Sherms wasn't lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Jenny.
Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes?
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Dear me, there's some burglars convention here tonight and I don't know about.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh well, I'll come with ya and
don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
Yeah, he's trying to protect her.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. And I brung back into the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Not like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help them, see? So I was just about to go out to see the storeroom myself when...
Bang, bang, 2 shots.
I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then it was right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. It was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like.
Well, if they were back to back, then that means he was already standing in the storeroom when he got shot, but then that means he was in the storeroom when he also fired the gun, right? In that case, how did the calendar get hit with blood and, like, was shot in that direction, right? That doesn't make sense. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you?
Yeah, so I went to grab the Oakov's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. It felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I had done what I'd done, Yoko might have still been alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it would make things even worse for me.
It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. When I was about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That cove was what was in there this afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. I still remember he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Jenny. Mr. Naruto,
Yes?
how come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten about what happened here before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me, Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with them, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that era of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
what if I'm lying? We could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty dooming. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo?
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. How many times are we gonna get flashbacks like this? Inosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Man, that felt so long ago. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver, I'm no good liar.
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Jenny.
Iris,
We know you.
we know you better than you think. We've come to this conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Right, Zoe? We trust her, right?
Yes,
It's really all we need to know.
exactly.
Mr.
Mr. Naruto, I.
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Time to go back. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh boy. April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh boy. Save it right there. Oh boy.